Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. unmuted, please remember your microphone.
Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. And I call to order this regular meeting, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading with the invocation this morning will be Pastor Drew Buell of the Cool Community Church, which he's online.
Good morning. Let's have a word of prayer. Father, the Bible says that those who work on behalf of the government are ministers of the state. They are men and women whom you have sent to do what you would do were you sitting in their seats right now. And so as we approach yet another board meeting, may we remember that what these men and women are doing today is far more than managing budgets, policies, and the like, but rather, God, this is holy work because it is work that you have assigned to these men and women to carry out on your behalf. And so, Lord Jesus, knowing what holy work this is, we should be equally aware of how desperately we are in need of your help right now. We pray specifically for Supervisors Ferrero, Turnbull, Veerkamp, Parlin, and Lane. Lord Jesus, would you help them to govern wisely? We pray that you would give these ministers of the state the wisdom of Solomon, the compassion of the Apostle John, and the heart of Christ as they govern. And Holy Spirit, we also pray for our sheriff and the entire department that he leads. We ask that you would help all of our men and women in uniform. God, let them know how much we appreciate them and how profoundly thankful we are for the increasingly difficult and dangerous work that they do. Lord, we pray for the various departments that are represented here this morning, leading and caring for a territory this large and a population this diverse it's difficult at best. And so, God, please help them to do what they can to serve the people of this county well. And finally, Father, I pray that today you would use our county government to accomplish the two purposes of government that you've laid out in your word. First, that you would use them, and especially our sheriff's office, to restrain evil, to punish wrongdoers, that others may be deterred from doing wrong. And secondly, that you would use these men and women to reward and to do good to the people of El Dorado County. And God, we just ask that you would do that, not because you have to, but because you are kind. And because I'm asking in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Supervisor Veerkamp, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand. Uncover, hands over your heart. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And thank you for joining us today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. What is the will of the board of the agenda? Any changes or comments on what's on the agenda?
I'll move approval. Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
At this time, we will actually go to the consent calendar. Any comments or questions? District 1?
No, thank you.
No changes? Okay.
changes.
District 5?
No changes.
District 3?
Yes, I will be recusing myself on item, I think it's 11.
Okay.
One second, double check.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. District 4?
No changes.
And I have no changes. All right. So at this time, I'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
At this time, we reserve any comments to our consent calendar only. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forums are time to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Step up, Chris.
I'd like to speak on item 13. As we noted previously, this item has been before your board at least 2 times. I have participated and come to the podium to speak in support of the film permits process. I know it's not a perfect process, and I know your board had some concerns during the annual budget about whether or not this type of item should be supported, but you found your way to it, and today we have the actual approval. So I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Anybody else in the boardroom would like to step up and speak what's on consent? Come on up. All right, we'll go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Oh, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Happy Monday. Just a couple of things on the consent calendar. Again, I'm always praying and hoping that you yourself are actually reading these items, that you're asking questions, that you're having your admins do it. Because I know how much time it takes me to go through all these and go through attachments and ask questions and look up companies. And I know your commitment to your job, but it also still makes me skeptical sometimes if you're just going baseline on it's on the consent calendar, the staff told me it's great, or they recommend it, so I'm going to vote yes. So a few things that I'd like to, that caught my attention. Item 4, again, I've said before, I don't think it's anyone's place to tell our auditor controller what to do when it comes to El Dorado Hills CSD. As you know, this week, they just announced that they are finally going to have the forensic audit company. Town hall is on Thursday to meet that auditing company and find out how we can get down to the bottom. As you know, included on this is Bass Lake Regional Park. Not there. Heritage Regional Park, not there. So I think it would be very disrespectful and unwise at this point for us to demand any kind of payment go to the CSD until our auditor and their forensic auditor receive the documentation that they need to know that fully our taxpayers' dollars are used appropriately and where they're supposed to go. Item 9, Health and Human Services. I get their grant grabs, they're all this, it's not our money. For me, I started thinking when I looked at this company of adult services in San Pablo, I couldn't find any locations in El Dorado County. And it started thinking to myself is, again, we're servicing a company. Does that mean we're shipping children, which are really adult children? Because let's face it, severely disabled adults are somebody's child forever. Are we sending them to San Pablo for residential treatment? As you may know, the wonderful family, the Sirocco family, along with Senator Maria Alvarado Gill and myself and many others, are working hard to keep those children at home. They need to be in El Dorado County. These are people's children with severe disabilities. So I'm a little uncomfortable that we can't do better than San Pablo. Lastly, item 10. Found it really interesting to read the updates on the Public Housing Civil Rights Act going back to 1960. Lots of changes that were made in red. So I hope that you know exactly that civil rights in today's world does not mean what it did back in 1964 when this first started with public housing. Changes are going with the future, and I think I'm concerned on some of them that could impact how we use vouchers especially. So I do hope that before we sign things that we did read them, we asked questions, and that we take control of El Dorado County and not just the state of California. Thanks.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Unmute. Okay, am I unmuted there?
Yes, we
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, board. Tara McCann. Hey, 3 minutes. So I have comments on items 411 and 411 and is it 13? 13. All right, number 4. That I agree with everything the previous speaker just said. Board of Supervisor, CAO recommends Board of Supervisor order the auditor controller disperse 913,000 from the El Dorado Hills CSD from the impact mitigation fee account. There is a lot of non-transparency here. This letter to release funds for capital project expenditure also has an annual increase of 2.4% and 2.6% either or. There is so much here that needs to be unpacked. So I agree, and we need this vetted, and we need to see all the facts associated with this before any funds are demanded from EDH. I don't know if that's actually legal, but interesting to note also, single family residential for El Dorado Hills, 13K. Single family for Serrano is half that, 7.2K. Multifamily for El Dorado Hills, 8.9K. Multifamily for Serrano is half that. Interesting. Okay. Public would like to know mitigation fee account, as a condition of approval of a development, including the local agency, must identify the purpose and use of these fees. This is just not transparent enough. Number 11, item 11, DOT approved retroactively change order number 8. I have no problem with change orders. As a 35-year construction engineer, I get it. These happen. What I don't like is a lump sum change order. I believe the state of California, in rare cases, does a lump sum change order. Change orders are done on a force account basis, reason being because they're transparent. They itemize and identify all the costs. If you have a dozer on site for so many days, if you have a crew on site for so many days, those are all documented and itemized. There is no reason we should be lump summing change orders, period. And I'm addressing this to John Kaling, to Raphael Martinez, and to Chandra, all of you that I've worked with. I know we've had discussions about this and mutual agreement that there should be full transparent on change orders. Okay, I have a lot to say on that one, but that is definitely, that should not be approved and that should be itemized. One last thing on that one I'll have to say is, when you go out and inspect a site, you see rock. That's our nature. That's the nature of the project. Rock is there. That's not justification for a change order. That is what you bid on.
Sure.
That is part of the contract. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board. Any discussion or anything you want to talk about?
Chair, could we maybe, I see Mr. Harn in the back, can we get him come up and just maybe comment on item 4 to verify the process that's outlined in this agenda item?
Yeah, I mean, you can't, it's has no effect if you ask me to do something. Under the government code, the authority to disperse any money comes from your board. So it's perfectly appropriate for you to order me to, I haven't reviewed the transaction in detail. It's perfectly appropriate for you to order me to disperse some funds. I may take a look at it and I may determine that your order's invalid. I don't think that's going to be the case in this situation, but it's perfectly appropriate for you to order me to disperse funds. So,
Thank you.
But isn't the bigger question, the taxpayer money going to El Dorado Hills CSD when they're kind of in flux?
so well, there's, okay, we can have week-long workshops on that then. But these fees were collected under the Mitigation Fee Act, and they can only be spent on recreation facilities, recreation equipment, recreation improvements in El Dorado Hills. I mean, I do have concerns. There's a lot of money that goes into studying parks and the California Environmental Quality Act, where, you know, we all would like, I'm old, you know, I'd like to see a concrete basketball court and a jungle gym. I'd rather disperse the money for that than complying with the California Environmental Quality Act. But I don't believe, even though I believe someone from the CSD is ready to opine or to testify on this, it's perfectly appropriate for you to order me to disperse these funds to the CSD.
And that's based on a request from CSD, correct? To
Correct.
disperse the funds. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. John, could you come up and speak a little bit on item number 11, please?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Yes, I'd love to speak on number 11. I started working for Caltrans in 1991, structure construction down south. So I've been involved with writing change orders for going on 35 years. And almost all of them have been done under the Caltrans contract administration process. And Caltrans prefers lump sum change orders, prefers item adjustment change orders. Caltrans discourages, the Caltrans construction manual specifically cites force account as the least preferred change order method because it's administratively cumbersome. You have to get bills from the contractor. That means they have to generate bills. Then we have to review and approve each bill. It's great for when you can't agree on a price with the contractor. Sometimes contractor wants to add a bunch of risk and it gets to be too much of a cushion of risk for us to be able to deal with. And so we do it at force account, which is time and materials. Okay. This contract change order was negotiated with the contractor based on records in the field that were compiled by both the contractor and our staff working together. The justification for the change order being rock, I'll tell you that the contractor's price was discounted heavily based on the fact that they should have anticipated, and they did anticipate some rock. Like I said in the staff report, there was rock that was not able to be anticipated based on the information available at bid time. Therefore, the change order is justified. And the idea that I'm going to bring, frankly, a large change order retroactively to this board from a local contractor that's not super tight with respect to price and justification, I wouldn't be in this position if I was going to be doing something like that.
Okay, any other questions? Everybody okay? Thanks, John. Appreciate it. And item number 9, Olivia is not here, so is there anybody can answer on that, or come on up, Emma?
Hi, Emma from the Chief Administrative Office. So item 9, we contract with many different residential service providers. These are for behavioral health services, and as the mental health plan for El Dorado County, we're required to provide these services. So some facilities provide specialty care that best meets the needs of some residents here, and so we need to contract with those care facilities in other areas to meet the needs of those specific clients.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so do I get a,
Can we summarize the?
yeah, you want to do that, Kim?
Of course. Approve of the consent calendar with the following change. Supervisor Vierkamp will recuse himself from item number 11.
All right, so bring it back to the board.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right, so I guess we'll move to our 9 a.m. Time allocation. Item 17, Treasurer Tax Letter Ordinance to revise fee schedule.
Item number 17 is a hearing from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office recommending the board conduct a public hearing to introduce and adopt an ordinance to update the Treasurer Tax Collector's schedule of fees. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open up the hearing?
Open up the public hearing.
Good morning, Board. Good morning,
Right.
El Dorado County. My name is Sean Capola. I'm your Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. This item we're bringing before you today is to allow our office to update our fee schedule to better recover the costs incurred to provide the services that we perform for the public. The last time we updated this big of an overhaul on this fee schedule was about 5 years ago in 2020. Since then, materials, labor costs have increased, so this will allow us to catch up and more accurately recover the costs incurred. Fairly straightforward, so I'm gonna keep that short and sweet, and thank you.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments right now? All right, so go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom like to speak on item 17? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now we'll move to item 16, 2026 health benefit rates.
Item number 16 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, take the following actions regarding health plan programs and ancillary employee benefit programs for the 2026 plan year. A, approve the proposed 2026 health plan rates cards. B, authorize the Director of Human Resources or Assistant Director of Human Resources to execute administrative health and benefit program plan renewals. C, grant Human Resources the authority to correct any minor clerical errors or adjustments. And 2, receive and file information regarding the Budget Ad Hoc Committee's review of CalPERS health plans.
All right.
Morning, Board. Joey
Morning, Joey.
Carrasco, I'm the Director of Human Resources. So this item, a little bit of background. Typically, when we get our rates, our health insurance rates for the following year, we bring those to the board on a consent item. It's pretty routine. We go through this roughly every August. However, given the directives that we've been given by the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, we thought in the spirit of transparency that we would bring this as an open item, department item, for the board to consider our look that we took into CalPERS as an option for our employees, CalPERS health benefits. So we prepared a very brief set of slides here. I'm going to go through that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any questions. So with that, I'll get started. Okay, by way of history, a labor relations working group of county department heads explored CalPERS Health as an alternative to our existing benefit offerings back in 2023. We met with with representatives from CalPERS, and that initial analysis indicated that making a change from our current benefits program to CalPERS was cost prohibitive. In the winter of 2025, fast forward to this year, the Budget Ad Hoc Committee directed staff to look into this option again, in the event that the county could potentially realize a cost savings while still providing employees with a rich and cost-effective health benefits plan. As directed, we met with CalPERS staff and conducted a deeper analysis to determine whether it was in the county's best interest to pursue a change to CalPERS Health. We provided the findings from our analysis to the Budget Ad Hoc Committee this summer, and today we're presenting our findings to the full board for your awareness. I should note that a summary of our initial exploration into this topic is attached as an agenda item. It's attachment E to this item. CalPERS health benefits are governed by the Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act, also known as PEMCA, and it's also outlined by the government code sections you see on the screen here. And the primary purpose of this slide is to illustrate the very restrictive laws involved, which reduces our flexibility as a county that we would have under CalPERS. We're kind of at the whim of CalPERS. What they offer for our region is what we get. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more in just a minute. Moving from our current health program to any alternative benefit program would involve several steps. This is not intended to discourage making changes, but rather it's intended to provide transparency for what such change entails. We do have 9 represented bargaining units, and we would need to meet with all of them before making any changes. And we're also subject to administrative timeframes associated with current and prospective health plans. Should the county wish to leave our existing health program and implement a replacement program, we estimate that that process would take between 18 and 24 months. There are benefits to moving to a CalPERS health plan. Now, for this example, we used our Kaiser HMO plan as compared to the CalPERS Kaiser plan, and then we used our Blue Shield PPO as compared to the CalPERS Platinum PPO plan. And based on a comparison of county and CalPERS 2026 rates and current plan enrollment, the county could potentially save $1.6 million in total premiums for our active employees if we were to make this change. But that only, it sounds promising, but it paints half the picture. In other words, we couldn't simply move our active employees to CalPERS without including all of our retirees. So currently we have about close to 1,400 retirees that would also become eligible under this plan. And there are two options to the county that, at least according to CalPERS, what they explained to us for retiree contributions. One is to pay a contribution that is equal to what we pay for our active employees, and that's at least the PEMCA minimum. Or two, we could use a 20-year phase-in approach to get us to the point where we're paying the same amount for retirees as we are active employees. And both of these projections are described in detail in attachment E. Okay, the last slide illustrates a couple of concerns if the county were to switch to CalPERS. First, CalPERS only offers health benefits. This means the county would still have to offer dental, vision, life, our EAP program, and other ancillary benefits through another provider. Second, this would expand our current liability to include active employees and retirees. As a reminder, the board phased out retiree health benefits between 2009 and 2011. Employees hired after that date are eligible to participate in our retiree health program, but they have to pay 100% of the premium currently. So adding these additional folks onto the contribution plan would cost between estimated $250,000 and $2.7 million in the first year alone. And that number will likely grow as the number of retirees increases. So as I touched on in the third slide, moving to a CalPERS plan would decrease the amount of flexibility we have with our current provider. In other words, we'd be subject to the plan offerings, like I said, from CalPERS and could not make changes. Our current plan allows us to select from a range of providers, plan options, co-pays, and ancillary benefit programs. Again, this is our initial exploration into transitioning to CalPERS. It was initiated by the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, and our analysis is being presented to you here today. And with that, I have Emma from the CAO's office and Misty Garcia from my office, should the board have any specific questions about any of this. With that, that's my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'll bring back the board. Any questions for Joey?
So Joey, I think one important point as well, you said today we could possibly save just in the healthcare costs 1.6, but that's at today's rates. Those rates could change, obviously, and they do. I got 40 years with CalPERS, and they do change exponentially at times. Yeah, so
that's a good point.
And again, I think it's a big issue that you don't have vision or dental. By the time you put the whole package together, it doesn't look as golden as it is. And again, my 40 years with CalPERS is very inflexible.
Yep, agreed.
Go ahead, Brooke.
Thank you for that presentation and for some other information that was provided. You mentioned that the retiree health benefits was phased out. What is the current unfunded liability on the books for that?
Good question. I'm gonna have to rely on one of my expert colleagues here to answer that.
We just got that actuarial. I believe it's between 85 and $90 million.
And do we know what it would potentially grow to if we made the change to CalPERS?
We don't. That would require an actuarial analysis. what I can tell you is we have about 500 or so employees currently eligible from that legacy plan. And that is a closed pool that UAL is now going to decline, right? And we're about 85 to 90 million. We have, as Joey said, a 1,375, I think, right now, new employees that would be eligible to participate in the new plan. So I don't think actuarial analysis is as simple as that, but if you look at 500 employees in your UAL versus the 1,375,
Right, it would almost triple.
our current benefit is richer than what that new benefit would be. But I think it's fair to say you would be day one starting to incur a new unfunded liability that could go on for years.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the questions I have is if we go to this plan, CalPERS, how long do we have? We can't opt out for how long?
Well, it depends what option we take, and Emma can
Okay.
weigh in here, but one of the options is that 20-year kind of phase in. So can you kind of comment on our options?
Yeah, we asked that specific question. So if we do elect the 20-year phase in, based on our analysis, after a few years of the savings from our active employees with the offset of the increased cost in the retiree, it would cost us more than our current plans after a few years. And we said, could we just opt out? And CalPERS answered that we could opt out, but then if we ever do come back, we don't jump back into a $1 contribution. We jump back into where we were in that ramp. So we would jump right back into an increased expense. So there is a little more flexibility than we thought there originally, but we wouldn't be saving again. We wouldn't get to restart the ramp.
Okay, thank you for that.
And
Anybody else?
if we do jump out, we have to be out for at least 5 years before we could come back.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Anybody else, questions?
Doesn't PERS also require all employees of the county to be under their healthcare? And we have a OE3 contract with OE3 that.
Yeah, so you can do it by bargaining unit, but that would be incredibly burdensome to administer two different health plan systems. And as stated in the analysis with OE3, right now we offer some level of support in administering that plan. We wouldn't be able to do that under CalPERS. They're very strict about that. So we would have to work with the bargaining units to find a way to see if they could still have that rich benefit while being in CalPERS.
Thanks,
In addition, just one more point on that, it would be burdensome, but actually our current plan PRISM would not allow us to continue with PRISM and CalPERS. So if we tried to do some sort of mixture with CalPERS, we'd have to find somebody besides our current plan. So we'd be then now shopping two different plans.
Okay. Any questions? All right.
I'll wait for public comment.
Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
That's what I was waiting for.
Okay.
Last time I tried to come up, but you had comments to make, so. Yesterday, Sue and Emma were at the Taxpayers Association. The item was recorded. We were discussing the status of the county's budget. Essentially, now, last year's plus current, and then looking into the future. We, as a Taxpayers Association, and I'm not representing them right now, but I'm just generalizing. We had some notion that this CalPERS health plan would be beneficial to the county. Initially, that 1.6. Wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the 1.6 starts being eroded away by CalPERS themselves in their expectation once you come in. And then all the ancillary costs that would be associated with this over time. I'm a retiree healthcare participant. I started out with Blue Shield, and then prior to retiring, I went to Kaiser Senior Advantage. And I've been now with them for almost 15 years. So when you put this carrot in front of me, I'm thinking about, okay, comparatively, is this going to be better than what I have? I don't believe it is. For a new employee, it may be different. Retirees are a unique group. As you see, I come to your meetings periodically. But I think I would hope if Emma or Sue have anything additional that they brought up yesterday, which was very beneficial to understanding, that they would express that now before we take an action. But I just wanted to give you a flavor of how I see it, at least as a retiree for the county system. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair and fellow board members. I'm Jen Romaldi, your local one president. I'm here today because a long-term solution keeps getting ignored. We need to offer CalPERS health insurance more than just for the cost savings. This is something that will improve employee longevity. This is something that will improve your retention, and you will see cost savings from those actions. This isn't radical. It's proven, cost-effective, cost-efficient move that would directly improve employee retention, which ultimately benefits the community. CalPERS and the community's large risk pool means that more stable rates and better benefits for employees and retirees are possible. Active staff get real plan choices. Retirees get to keep their coverage. It's a win-win for morale and loyalty, which is something we don't currently have in this county anymore. Other counties understand this. Our comparator agencies that all offer PERS retirement all offer CalPERS Health. There's got to be a reason that they're doing that, and their budgets are looking better than ours. So we need to really consider this. You've made it clear that the real reason you won't switch to CalPERS is because it means you're restoring retiree health benefits. And I get you don't like to give employees benefits or better perks, but let's call it what it is, short-sighted and opaque. You ended retiree health for new retirees years ago and now refuse to even explore bringing it back, even though CalPERS would offer stability and save taxpayer money over time. And the why not, we never get a real answer. Instead, we see budget games, and especially when our auditor has warned that the looming deficit is not going to look good for the next several years, this is something we can do now to help save some jobs. The county charter says it's your policy to recruit and retain the best qualified employees. But when candidates look at other agencies who offer CalPERS health and retiree coverage and compare it to what we offer, we lose them. You have a tool to fix it, you just refuse to use it. So here's the ask: be transparent, stop spinning on this, explore CalPERS seriously. Bring in your union stakeholders to the table and let's have a real conversation about this. Show your commitment to your workforce and do right by your employees, retirees, and most importantly, the taxpayers. Let's switch to CalPERS and get retiree health back on the table.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? Come on up. Anybody? Come on up.
Good morning, board members. I'm Shannon Starr with OE3. And it's my understanding today's discussion is whether or not to just explore the possibility of CalPERS, to start those conversations and to have an open look at it. OE3 has our own health insurance. Most of our members are on our plans, but we are here to support the other unions in wanting those open conversations with CalPERS and an honest look at it and an opportunity to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Morning, board.
Morning.
Brian Dolcini, the president of the El Dorado County Probation Officers Association. So our union has been asking for the county to review PERS Health since 2023. I'd like to reiterate $1.6 million could be saved in the first year alone in current premiums for current employees. I understand the gentleman that spoke before me is concerned about his retiree health and how that can change. But I'd like to illustrate everybody in my bargaining unit since 2009 does not have retiree health available to them. So any retiree hired after 2009, excuse me, gets no healthcare after retirement. I can't underscore what the recruitment and retention issues are, and how this could improve the county's recruitment and retention for current employees, new employees coming to the county that would have this benefit available to them upon retirement. I was in this boardroom on June 24th when HR gave a presentation about the challenges regarding recruitment and retention. My belief is that offering a retiree health plan could greatly benefit that. And as Shannon just mentioned right before me, our understanding today is that the ask is the board to give direction to continue looking into this, not make a decision on whether or not the county is going to make a move or not. So my ask is please give direction for HR to continue looking into this, and then also form a committee consisting of the union leadership to have a full transparent look and give everybody the same information on whether or not if we should move to CalPERS Health. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Come on up. Come on up, Shannon.
Hi, my name's Shannon Murphy. I was the past POA president. The POA has attempted to negotiate some CalPERS since the beginning. The first negotiation, we were told that if we went to CalPERS, that the county would not do the 80-20 split. The second time we went to negotiations, we offered a CalPERS to come to our negotiations, and the county told us that it was a waste of time. We even offered to use the POA as guinea pigs to try it out on us to see if it would work out. No go. In December of 2022, the POA negotiated. We brought it up to the negotiating team that all our comparative agencies that are in our realm, we were one of the highest paying counties for healthcare. The common denominator of all these comparative agencies was, except for Sac County, was that they had CalPERS healthcare. They were paying lower. At the end of that negotiation, we were told that we would have that the county would get a group of union heads and union leaders to look in healthcare options. To this date, the POA continues to patiently wait for that work group to come to fruition. Over the years, no matter how much county healthcare or CalPERS healthcare has risen, CalPERS healthcare has consistently cost less. They've all gone up, but CalPERS has always been less. All of the comparative agencies, except for Sac County and CalPERS, how are they making it work? What are their strategies for cost containment and still provide CalPERS healthcare? Why are we not talking with our neighbor counties to see how it's working, how they're making it work? As you look through comparative counties and MOUs, you can see counties are doing it all a bit differently. Placer County probation, Placer County DSA, Amador County DSA. You look in their MOUs and all the PEMCA related issues are all negotiated differently. The exploratory summary has over 20 what ifs, assumes, assumptions, possible, maybes, unlikelies, and projections in it. It leaves the reader with more questions. As a previous court probation officer, if I submitted something like that to the judge, he would kick it back to me and he'd tell me to go and find out all these answers and to include all persons involved. The union leaders are really smart out there. All they want is a conversation. They want an open, transparent, honest discussion with the county and with CalPERS involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants. Okay.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi, good morning. So in terms of having to use other providers for dental and vision, Sacramento County uses VSP and Delta Dental. So those are options, or the special district also that formed for their sewer district uses CalPERS, VSP, and Delta Dental. So there are options out there to explore. Another option that Sacramento County was doing for when they had the wastewater plant under their umbrella was an HSA where each pay period $25 was put in an account for the employees to use it upon retirement for healthcare. So that's a benefit that could be investigated as well if you guys aren't doing anything like that. And that's a big perk that would attract people and help with the retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon. Great conversation, important topic. Thank you. And I really appreciate those at the Taxpayers Association, including Lee Tenenbaum, who have really pushed to get this to the public to know that, again, I'm really always bothered when I hear somebody say the county said it was a waste of time. Details are important. Who said it's a waste of time, first of all? Who? Because I want to know, because they work for me. You work for me. And I don't think it was any of you. And I want to make that really clear. I really hope. So I've heard that so many times. It's a waste of time. It's just mind-boggling. We're here to have a conversation. This is an important conversation. I am on the CalPERS enrollment for public entities website right now, looking at some of the details of how a resolution can happen. It does look like we do need to have this conversation because they are recommending at least 90 days between offering it to your staff and your resolution to start. So if that's 90 days and we're talking about January 1st, are you setting us up for failure is number one of my questions. Some of the things they mention is they are the largest purchasers of healthcare, no broker fees, low admin, 0.24%. We have to look at this. This is not a choice. You have to. As somebody who has to purchase her own health insurance, which I pay $700 a month for a $7,500 deductible, with Kaiser, these people, I don't get me wrong, are blessed that we incorporate good benefits, and they should because they're paid in most cases so badly. But you have an obligation to look at this. This to me is not a waste of time. This is not any good business owner. I know many of you sitting on this panel right now are small business owners. Do you not evaluate when you can save money? And if your answer is no, then you're probably going out of business soon. I have to do it every year, workman's comp, health, auto, all of those insurances. If I can even save $1,000 a year, I am thrilled. Brokers will gladly send you quotes. They don't charge me. So let's get on this. Let's have the conversation. Let's make it happen where we can save some money because we don't have a choice. And I appreciate the employees that are being patient. And please know, I don't think it's a waste of time. And I think you are worth the time. If you're asking us that we can get you something better, then we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board for any questions that you want to ask Joey or Emma.
So, I mean, I've been a member of CalPERS for almost as long as Brian, close to 40 years. It's a great program, but I've also seen the numbers that human resources and the CIOs presented, and to me, financially, it doesn't make sense because it looks like it's going to cost the county more money in the long term. But I think we do owe it to our employees to be fully transparent, and I would like to see a meeting brokered, maybe with the budget ad hoc, CIOs, human resources, with CalPERS, because our unions cannot meet with CalPERS directly. So we have to broker that meeting and include the unions so they can ask questions, so they can verify the numbers that were being provided. And I think I just think that would go, you know, a long way with the trust and transparency that our employees expect.
Is that a motion?
Well, I'd like to add it to the, you know. Yeah, I guess it is a motion. Can we get that? I guess direct the ad hoc to, make a motion to direct the budget ad hoc to broker a meeting with CalPERS and invite the union heads.
Yeah.
And just
And
a
explore it
fact
a
finding
little bit more.
to
Yeah.
confirm the numbers.
Yeah.
So are you saying you don't believe the numbers that were presented today?
I'm not saying, it's not my decision. I'm saying that our employees probably don't. And that's why they're speaking.
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
do you-
I mean, I personally do,
Okay,
but I think we owe it to our employees to be transparent so they hear it from CalPERS.
the ad hoc, my understanding, and I wasn't on it when it was formed, but the ad hoc did go meet with CalPERS. These are the numbers they brought back. And if you trust them, we trust our staff to be bringing back the real numbers. What you're asking doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'm talking about an hour meeting, and I think it will go a long way in creating a level of trust from our unions and our employees. And if we need to start another ad hoc, I'm happy to be on it.
But I'm saying that what you're indicating is you don't trust the numbers that our staff brought back.
Well, I mean, I'm trusting them, but I haven't heard it from CalPERS either. But there's a
So-
lot of, there's a lot of, I guess, mistrust towards the county regarding our healthcare program. And I don't see a problem with airing it out with our employees.
But that's
So
exactly.
that's my motion.
That's what was done here today was the fact finding and staff brought it back. So,
It sounds like in 23 as well. I wasn't
yeah,
here, but staff maybe can elaborate on that.
So my motion is to include, if it's nothing more than to rehash the numbers between CalPERS and the unions, so they can hear it from CalPERS directly. That's my motion.
CEO, is that a typical thing to do is all I want to know.
Especially with negotiations that
So I'll kind of defer to HR on whether we've had a situation where we've met with a vendor and the labor unions, but I want to make kind of a different observation if I could. We were asked by the budget ad hoc to look into exploring other healthcare plans and specifically to look at CalPERS Health. That's what we did. In that analysis, which we did spend some good time on, I think you can tell by the, 5-page document that we presented. We did a lot of analysis. We used our current enrollment numbers and did the best we could to come up with what the fiscal impact would be. We were not asked to look at the question of should we begin to offer retiree health benefit again, which we phased out in 2009 to 2011. And that appears to me, just from what some of the labor representatives have said today, is really the question they're looking to explore. So I think if we were being directed to attend a meeting with CalPERS or any further meetings, I'd want very clear direction from the board. Are we looking at health plans and are there other ways to achieve savings, or are we looking at reviving a benefit that we phased out in 2011 because the board at that time determined it was too expensive? Just one other thing, I did double check on the UAL. For our current plan, it is about $97 million, and we pay annually about $2.8 million toward our current legacy retiree health for those 500 or so employees. So I just want to clarify what it is that you'd want us to be discussing, because what I'm hearing today is a desire to bring retiree health back, and that is not what we explored. We explored CalPERS Health and what that would look like, and as a result, we determined that there's an obligation to revive that benefit if we were to go to that plan.
And I agree with your observation. That's basically the gist that we were hearing from the public was, that was here today, was to bring back that benefit. And I don't know if the board wants to do that at this time.
I'm not suggesting that to bring it back. All I'm suggesting is let the unions hear from CalPERS. I'm not suggesting bring back retiree healthcare.
Mr. Chair, I have one question for HR and then maybe one question for council before we continue on with this.
Okay, Joey, come on
HR
up.
side, I think there was a number also thrown out in previous presentations with the ad hoc. What's the percentage of employees that take the flex benefit and don't take any health benefits? Because that would be absolutely excluded in the CalPERS plan.
Yeah, currently 20% of our employees do not elect health benefits. So not everyone gets a credit for that. Some employees just don't elect and they don't get that
And
benefit.
my understanding, CalPERS does not allow a flex benefit. You're in their program, you pick your selection of cafeteria plan, and that's it.
The county could separately offer a county
Well, you could, but
cafeteria
it will
plan, but
cost you more.
yeah.
Okay, and then secondly, I think we're getting in a little bit of negotiable areas. And with all due respect to Supervisor Ferrero, as an employee rep for numerous years as well, if I didn't like my health benefits, we negotiated and we worked on getting those improved. We went out and had our discussions with CalPERS or whoever else it was, forming of independent trust or whatever it was. So again, with all due respect, I appreciate the discussion today, but given the facts that staff has brought back per our direction, I can't support moving in that direction under this item today. The item really is about take the actions to keep our current health plans going.
But you just mentioned something, Supervisor, that you as an employee rep recommend that they would, you recommended they go out and solicit. They're not allowed to talk to CalPERS. That's my entire point.
There's ways to get that information.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I don't know how.
Yeah. Well, we'll go talk to an agency that has CalPERS. They'll tell you everything in and out about it if they like it, don't like it, whatever. I mean, I'm a current CalPERS retiree, but all my time, I could never opt out and get a flex benefit because I never used it. Just because I chose to use a different type of medicine, and the benefit costs $100 a month. You can't opt out of that. Not one person in your organization can opt out of that. I don't think it's cost effective.
That's not my point.
I know. Well, but we have
and I'm in the same boat. I've been paying into CalPERS forever.
Right. We have to look at the totality, and with the OE3 issue and retiree issue and so forth, I don't see the cost savings as presented by staff, and I believe in what staff has presented.
Well, my motion is to have a meeting so the unions can hear that from CalPERS.
Okay, I just got a question.
Well, just point of
Okay.
order. I mean, he said that like 3 or 4 times now that he's putting forth a motion. He does require a second in order to have a conversation about it.
Right.
So I'd like for you to find out if there's a second. to the
Well, I'll go
motion.
ahead and second that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on that, but I want to ask one question to Joey. Why did we opt out of CalPERS? What was the reason for that?
I wasn't here in 2009, but.
Was there any
others were.
information
It was
on
because of
that?
the costs. I'm certain it was
Okay.
because of the liability, future
All right.
liability.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't believe we've ever had CalPERS Health, at least not in the last 24 years. We were self-insured
Mhm.
for quite a while, and then we became fully insured somewhere around 2009-ish.
Okay.
So we have not had
We've never
that
had it.
program.
So I think you're referring to the fact that the county discontinued the
Right,
retiree health
That's
in
what
the
I-
2011.
that's what I thought you meant.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to make a second motion that we approve this item as recommended by staff.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor on the second motion? By
Aye.
saying aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
I think it's 3-2.
3-2.
3-2.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Okay. All right. Okay, so, anyway. Guess we got now, done with this, so
Closed session.
yeah, can we go ahead and close
Mhm.
session? All right. Hang on just a minute. All right. The board will now recess into closed session to hear item 20 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Please open up the public comment, Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding closed session. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Just for the public's benefit, item 20 is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Just wanted to highlight the fact that once a year, you have this opportunity to be able to evaluate staff that is not unionized. They're unrepresented. And in this case, I want to reflect my personal comments that our clerk of the Board of Supervisors does an outstanding job. And I think we've stated that over this past year numerous times, how much we appreciate her and what she does for us. And those other things that she does for us are equally as important as the items that she has to do for us. It's those extra things that makes our life more enjoyable and the public more enjoyable for having her. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in
Thank
the
you, Chris.
boardroom like to speak on this? Let's go to closed session. I mean, not to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
I just want to say how grateful I am for our county clerk. I think she's amazing, professional, and an outstanding employee. And I hope you give her a top rating on all of those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. No, it's not afternoon, it's still morning. Just wanted to echo what Sue said. The clerk has, in my opinion, always been efficient. She catches all of us when we're out of order or something wasn't done to protocol. She's always right on it when some of these motions are getting scrambled and rewritten and revised, and I'm just amazed at how accurate she can be on reiterating to you where we stand on a motion. So she's done just a wonderful job. That's the only item I saw on closed session. I probably not the timing, just kind of curious as to what point in closed session I think it would start. When the CAO position will be officially announced on a public forum for any individuals who wish to apply. I don't see that in closed session, so I'm kind of curious about that. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Kelly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Is county council any report out on this closed session item?
I don't believe so, but we'll be coming back out in the event there is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's recess. All right, greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session. Any report out, County Council, on closed session item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard item number 20, and there is no action to report out.
All right, awesome. All right, so we'll resume with open forum. Open forum is a time the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please, will you open it up to open forum, please?
We are now taking public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Linda.
Howdy, howdy, Linda Colombo, District 2. And again, I'm reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. We're on to chapter 13. The Skyway was a ribbon of hope, at least in the minds of residents who stubbornly clung to its promise. If they could just edge their vehicles onto the town's widest road, they believed they might stand a chance of survival. Jamie should have been safe here, but why was traffic not moving? Jamie's the fellow who worked at the care home. A few of his colleagues had gotten a head start, leaving an hour before Jamie, but they hadn't made it any further. A nurse sitting next to Jamie fidgeted. Earlier that morning, her elderly uncle had picked up her sons from school and brought them back home to the house they shared. He hadn't answered calls since then. Probably asleep, she thought. Her uncle had been one of the few to defy evacuation orders during the Humboldt fire in 2008, preferring to spritz the house with a garden hose rather than suffer through the onslaught of traffic. But now the stakes were higher. She didn't think he was taking this fire seriously. She would later discover that her instincts were correct. Her uncle was fast asleep in his loft above the garage, using a flashlight to see. Her 3 young sons were stamping out spot fires on the lawn. They couldn't rouse him from his bed. Sitting next to Jamie, the nurse said, "I can't just sit here. I gotta go." They watched her as she teetered towards the road shoulder, tripping and stumbling in the darkness. Minutes later, a sheriff's deputy tore past them on foot, hollering, "Get out of your cars or hunker down. The fire's coming, fast." His voice was muffled by a respirator. A gold star glinted on his chest. Jamie's heart pounding, he pulled the Subaru off the road and yanked his keys from the ignition. He grabbed his daughter's backpack filled with bottled water and snacks. Tears streamed down the 7-year-old's face as Jamie helped her from the back seat. "Daddy, are we going to die?" she asked for the second time that morning. He said, "Tesra, you're not going to die today. I promise you that. I'm your father, and I'll lay down my life for you if I have to, even if I have to carry you off this mountain. I'll get you out of here." And he pulled his puffy black hoodie, blotted his daughter's cheeks, and wrapped the jacket around her, telling her to cover her face with her sleeve so she wouldn't inhale too much smoke. Then he stood up and folding her small hand in his. "Do not let go," he said with a squeeze. They darted past a woman leaning on her walker, and 2 people weighted down with oversized birds cages. Jamie grabbed water jugs from a cooler and examined some tightly rolled Persian carpets. If they needed to, they could douse themselves with water and crawl under the rugs for protection. He had almost begun to believe that this was a safe place until firefighters shouted for everyone to move again. More than 100 people stampeded out of the building.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
See you next week.
All right, appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Brown Act doesn't require me to state my name, but I'm going to voluntarily do so. My name is Dean Getz. I'm going to read from a story that you guys might know. It's called the Book of Serrano. That's your largest land development in El Dorado County. And 30 years ago, Serrano was started with public improvements that never got properly deeded. Those public improvements, called the streetscapes and trails specifically, were funded by Serrano Melrose Community Facilities District And your auditor controller, Joe Harn, has started to echo the things that I've said, to and including, I think there's been some talks between this board and the El Dorado Hills CSD about these sorts of failures. But Mr. Harn is exactly right. And he has identified that there's a potential for a clawback of 30 years worth of tax exempt municipal bonds, which would be catastrophic in this county's financial dilemma that's already strained. The structural problem here is land use, and that is the county's ability to print money like the federal government. You take land that's otherwise worth nothing and entitle it to be something more than nothing and sometimes worth a lot. And in this case, when you did that development in Serrano, according to the CSD in the records, the county's requirement as a condition of approval was that the Serrano Owners Association would maintain the public improvements. The CCNRs actually require that, and a judge so far in El Dorado County has ruled my interpretation of that to be absurd. Well, of course, that same judge has already been overturned and published by California Supreme Court as case law. But with all that being said, the constitutional requirement as it relates to public improvement funding is that no assessment shall be imposed on any parcel which exceeds the reasonable cost of the proportional benefit conferred to that particular parcel. That's California Constitution, Article 13D, Section 4. The CSD has started to point its finger at the county, and I'm sure the county will point its finger at the CSD, and rightly so, because it's a hot mess. At the end of the day, 100% of the special benefit is being paid by Serrano homeowners. And I mean 100% being, there is no general contribution by the public who clearly benefits from the Serrano streetscapes being maintained, for example. There is no calculation for the general benefit, nor is Parker's undeveloped property that's yet been developed paying since 2005, leaving the entire burden to just the remaining Serrano homeowners. It is a constitutional violation for which you all took an oath of office to uphold, and I urge you to get the bond.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. I'm Shannon Starr with OE3. First off this afternoon, I want to thank Supervisor Ferrero and Turnbull for recognizing that the unions just wanted a chance to see for ourselves the numbers. And Supervisor Parlin, you mentioned trusting your staff, and unfortunately the unions don't trust your staff. Yesterday, I attended the Taxpayer Association meeting and listened to Ms. Henneke and Emma talk, and one of the things mentioned was that not accounted for in the general fund is over $40 million in cash reserves. So why is that not accounted for in the general fund? Why is the county setting aside cash that they're not willing to put towards employees? This county has 7 or 8 positions that the board has tied to the 504 charter. The charter was brought up by the DSA years ago and intended to bring increases to sworn peace officers to keep this county competitive, because like all the other units, that they couldn't keep staffing in deputies. And currently, I believe there's still staffing issues. But one of the things they did was get this charter and get the support of the community to keep that funding. But this board has tied 7 or 8 elected and administrative officials to that increase. That increase over the last 2 years was 11.4%. To give you an example, the top step pay for CAO went up over $15 an hour. The top step for county council went up just about $15 an hour. Those positions both make almost $150 an hour at your top step. My top step, highway maintenance worker 3, top step. These are the guys that plow the roads, clear the roads, and keep everybody safe in the winter, is $34 an hour. Sheriffs, 911 dispatchers, the public safety dispatchers, their top step is $37 an hour. The county recently created a position in DOT for an assistant director of transportation. The offset was with positions they eliminated. However, less than 3 months into that position got a $7.50 an hour raise at top step. $7.50 an hour. For my highway maintenance worker, that would be a 22% raise. This county needs to start focusing on the line level employees and stop giving automatic increases to these high paid officials that make more than $100 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Let's go to Zoom participants, Ken.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood out here in just, well, the Triple Junction. We all know where that is now. Yes, the last speaker brought up pay for line people. Yes, good idea. Take a good look, because that's the only way you're going to get the roads cleared and get things actually done. Anyway, once again, I must bring up the 1 mile notice on the WTF projects. Remember what's promised and what we actually get. People need to know they can make intelligent decisions at that time. As always, night burning, something to bring up to our friends over at CAL FIRE. And Legistar, once again, I just clicked on one of the agenda items and I got this beautiful new fancy layout, but it doesn't tell me which number it is on the agenda. I've got 25-1063, which is planning and building to spend more money, or the new fee schedule. But it doesn't refer me back to what the agenda item is on the actual agenda. Please, it's got to be an easy fix. And what else we got? Yeah, Serrano. Serrano has always been given some pretty incredible breaks through the years. Recall in the master plan, it said that there shall be no ridge top development. But what do we have out there now? We have entirely ridge top development. Long story, but I watched it all happen. It was done at a staff level way back when. And it's an embarrassment because that is not what was planned for that, nor the Bass Lake specific plan area. None of those projects were supposed to be up on the ridge top, and here they are today. Oh yeah, and remember, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, the fire started that almost burnt down my house and burnt up the Caldor fire. We're still suffering from that. We're still seeking individual aid, and not really much has happened. It has, but it hasn't. Just lucky us, we haven't had a big fire this year.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I have some serious concerns of where the board is headed with their development departments. You continue to sidestep general plan policies and our zoning ordinance. The more I'm digging into all of these policies and things that you're doing over and over since this year, I mean, it's been bad, but it seems like it's accelerating bad. If you can't get a developer around a policy, you go around it. What you allowed the CA, what's been allowed, not only by you, but past boards, for a CAO to reinterpret parts of the general plan was never legal. Each of those policies should have gone through a general plan amendment process. If you chose, I think I'm not sure, it's really hard to read, but I think you're choosing to embed those policy changes. And again, you'd be breaking the law because they have to go through a general plan amendment process. So today, what I'm seeing is planning literally changing policies to bend to developers' wishes rather than requiring them to meet the protection policies expected in our general plan. Last week, here's an example. The county changed the speed limit on a road, which amazingly, it happens to be on a road where development's being proposed. So I looked, when I was looking at line of sight requirements, I found that if you reduce the speed, you don't have to have as much of a line of sight. So I'm wondering, was that for safety or for the developer? What happens when traffic continues to go at a current speed, but you've discouraged that line of sight from being addressed? I knew one of those areas, I know of 2 deaths that happened, and it's probably one of the worst areas in El Dorado County. I don't know your intent. But it just gets suspicious when you see it over and over. I don't see where you're implementing any of the protection policies that were promised in the 2004 general plan. We hope that when many of you got elected, many of you promised that you would start working on that. And instead, it seems like you're accelerating the rapidness of converting this rural county into an urban one. And I wish you'd just say it. It'd be easier if you just admitted, this is what we're doing, this is who we are, and just let us know instead of pretending that you care about the rural part of this county, because you don't. And I'll go into that on the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Larry Rolla.
Good afternoon, Board. I'd like to describe for you a process that we have in the county. This is a multifamily housing approval process, and I'm going to see if you guys can recognize the process name. So this process, we're going to bypass the Planning Commission, and along with the Planning Commission bypass, the public can no longer comment and work with the Planning Commission on their concerns. We're also going to bypass the Diamond Springs El Dorado Advisory Board. Along with that bypass, the public is cut out of that process and can no longer work with the advisory board to express their concerns. And we're also going to take the Board of Supervisor approval and public comment at the beginning of the project before any of the concerns or impacts that it could have on the county or the residents are known. And then finally, what we're going to do is put the final approval in the hands of the planning director, and only the planning director, bypassing the public, bypassing our elected officials, and not allowing the public to comment to the Board of Supervisors at the end when all of the impacts are known. So the process I just described is the SB 35 process. And clearly, it's a process that is fast track, bypassing the public, and it's without concern of public, and we don't get a chance to really express our concerns with this process. Myself, I think, is a broken process. I think there's a much better way that we can speed up the process and keep the public informed and allow them to express their concerns. So I'm asking the board to go back and look at this process and look at a way to include the public, include all of the commissions that we have that are extremely valuable to the community, and still build a streamlined process. So appreciate your concern and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Gina Posey.
Good afternoon, Board. I just have a question. When will our county have a salary comparison study completed for our rank and file employees? The last one that occurred was made public in 2021. We're hearing a lot about annual automatic raises due to our 504. as well as other ordinance that bring folks to the median. I'd like to know where our rank and file is relative to the median. I've heard on this board that we think that they may as much as 20% be off of median. And I think instead of just making generalities, it'd be very helpful to these discussions if we could have a salary comparison study completed and released so that we can really understand what the problem is and to what extent. Thank you very much for your consideration. Have a great day.
All right, thank you, Jenny.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Tara had her hand up. Okay.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Let me unmute myself. Thank you. Yes, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, I wanted to talk on this topic and didn't get the opportunity to. 3 minutes is hard to get it all in, but couldn't agree more with the gentleman that just spoke before and the speaker, all the speakers that are speaking. The Senate Bill 35, it's a streamlined approval process for multi-unit housing developments. It's essentially taking discretionary projects that are discretionary for a reason. They're a reason because we could be here talking for hours, as you and I know why they're discretionary. There's items that must be checked and balanced. There's items that must be vetted. These are really crucial items. They're not minor in any stretch of the imagination. And yet we're waving a magic wand and saying we're going to make these ministerial so we can approve these, quickly and allow these developers to come in and do these multi-unit housing. There's really no state, and I've done a deep dive on this, so I know what I'm talking about. There's really no state requirement for El Dorado County on the number of housing that you need to support for low income. There's not. There's a goal for a program, and that's what it is. It's a goal for a program that you do to show that you're looking at this program. There's no goal for a stated amount of housing. Now, I agree, we all need housing. We need housing for all different sectors. But the reality of it is this Senate Bill 35 is a fail. And I'll go into it in the next subject about why it's going to cost you so much more than you think it's going to lessen. And that was topic was before of lessen, make administrative work less lessen it and lessen the transparency, lessen the there's a reason that administrative there is administrative what's the word I'm looking for, there is a reason why we have administrative detail for transparency. And that goes with discretionary projects. There's a reason for that. So we can see what the costs will be down the road, so that we can see what the true costs that a project will cost the county in services, in infrastructure, in lawsuits, in so many. I could name you 30 more items, but I'm probably running out of time. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Is there any comments? So at this particular time, I don't think there's anything we need to really discuss. I think if they need to reach out, they need to reach out to building and planning, and they can follow up with that information and stuff. So, all right. So let's move on to item number 18. Planning and Building Administrative Zoning Ordinance Update.
Item number 18 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board consider the proposed amendments to Title II, Administration and Personnel, and Title 130-Zoning Ordinance. Staff recommending the board take the following actions as recommended by the Planning Commission. 1, find the Administrative Zoning Ordinance update exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. 2, approve to amend Title II and Title 130. And 3, direct staff to return to the commission annually with proposed administrative zoning ordinance update. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open up the hearing?
All right. Open up the public hearing. Okay.
Good afternoon. Tim Pitt, Senior Planner with the Long Range Planning Staff, here today with a proposal for this Administrative Zoning Ordinance Update, or AZOU. The Legistar materials posted on the county website and the hearing agenda include both the red line and clean versions of Title II and Title 130, and Exhibit G, which is a summary table of the proposed edits to both titles. One note on the summary table is that the page numbers listed on the far right column correspond with the complete version of each title, not the summary versions that are presented in the proposed ordinances. Each of the proposed edits in this package is intended to be administrative and non-controversial in nature and within the guidelines set forth in the resolution of intention. All right, slideshow's going. If we go to the next slide, please. This is a quick overview of the past, present, and future of the AZOU, which was formerly known as the Minor Zoning Ordinance Update. One purpose of the AZOU is to correct or edit mistakes or errors that staff find in the zoning code, such as typos, contradictory language, or unclear verbiage. The AZOU can also be used to codify directors' interpretations that have been made to clarify certain sections of the code when questions have arisen. What this exercise really does is allows us to periodically clean up parts of our code that are confusing or inaccurate in order to make our code easier for the frontline staff and the public at large to understand and use. The last minor zoning ordinance update was completed in August of 2018. So as you can imagine, there have been some things that have changed. There have been some errors that have been identified, and there have been some directors' interpretations that have been made since that time. In January of 2025, a resolution of intention was adopted directing long-range planning staff to move forward with what we are now calling the Administrative Zoning Ordinance Update. One thing of note was that was also included in this ROI was the board gave planning staff the ability to bring forward future AZOU packages without going through the process of filing a new ROI each time a new package of edits was ready for review, as long as those updates fit within the parameters and the categories outlined in the master ROI. Our intent is to conduct annual administrative updates going forward in order to keep our code clean and current. Next slide, please. This slide is an example of how the list for AZOU edits was compiled and the process the edits go through in order to make it to this stage. Our frontline staff works with code every day, explaining it to the public, interpreting it for project applicants, and ensuring that the information contained in the code is accurate and consistent with department policies and procedures. Occasionally, staff will come across something in the code that is incorrect, such as a typo or a sentence or section that contradicts with another part of the code, or even something that wasn't considered when the code was written, but now seems obvious or logical addition or edit. The staff member will then submit the changes to the LRP team, where it is reviewed and sorted into one of the approved ROI categories. LRP staff then takes the bundled suggestions and works them into the code where they are appropriate and submits the changes for director approval. Once staff has director sign off on the proposed changes, the package is heard by the Planning Commission for discussion, deliberation, public comment, and potential recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Larger efforts or major items like the design standards, signed ordinances, or the Oak Resources Management Plan take a different path to get to where we are today with this package. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, the AZOU has defined categories that the board approved through our ROI process. In order for any of the proposed edits you see before you today to make it into this package, those edits had to fit into one of these 6 categories. As I mentioned earlier, each of the 6 categories is intended to be non-controversial and administrative in nature. Next slide, please. Some of the highlights of this package are listed on the following slides. In the minor corrections categories, we have things like typos, omissions, and identified errors throughout Title 130. And we have the addition of defined use types such as taproom brewery use type that is similar to other use types within that industry. And throughout various sections of the code, we are proposing to change every instance of communication facility or facilities to telecommunication facility or facilities in order to be consistent with the recently updated telecommunications ordinance.
In the minor procedural changes category, we have things like the addition of language to clarify what happens when a tie vote happens on appeal at the Board of Supervisors level. There is a proposal to extend the appeal timeline for a project from 30 days to 60 days. And there are proposals to add various processes that allow planning staff and management to streamline or simplify the department workload in order to better serve our applicants. Next slide, please. Under the state law requirements category, we are proposing to update the zoning code to be consistent with state mandates that have been made since the last minor zoning code update in 2018. Two of which deal with the allowance of large family daycares as a by right residential use and the removal of the requirement for a business license for a family daycare. These are both in response to SB 234, which became effective January 1st of 2020. The other one you see there is an increase to the amount of public notice that certain projects may change land use activities are required to give, which was instituted with the passage of AB 2904 last year. Finally, we have director interpretations that have been made since 2018 that have not been appealed. Per county code, the director has the authority to issue administrative interpretations of Title 130 in order to resolve ambiguities. These interpretations are then to be incorporated into the county code through the county text amendment process, the last step of which is approval by this board. Next slide, please. During the review period, staff and some members of the public identified 3 other changes that should be made in order to keep things consistent with some other changes we were proposing. The first of those recommendations is in Title II, Section 2.09.050, which outlines the amount of public notice that needs to be given for an appeal. In order to keep this policy consistent with the proposed extension of the appeal period timeline, we're recommending to change the 30-day time period in this part to 60 days to match the proposed changes in Title 130. The next one is to extend the amount of notice needed for development agreement from the current 10 days to at least 20 days in Table 130.51.050.2 in order to be in accordance with AB 2904. And lastly, in Section 130.52.090, we are recommending to add a sentence that clarifies where an appeal should be filed and how that appeal is forwarded to the clerk of the board. The sentence we're proposing to add simply states, the department shall forward the appeal to the clerk of the board. Pretty simple. The Planning Commission also agreed with our recommendation to return with future administrative zoning ordinance updates on an annual basis. Staff did receive 1 public comment on this item prior to the Planning Commission hearing, and at the time of this hearing, I have not received any public comment prior to this hearing. Next slide, please. Staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. Number 1, find the AZOU exempt from CEQA under sections 15305 and 15061. 2, approve the AZOU to amend Title 130 of the El Dorado County Code and Title II of the El Dorado County Code as presented by staff. And 3, direct staff to return annually with future administrative ordinance updates. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any questions?
No, sir.
I got a couple of questions, and let's go back a way. Let's go to Project Frontier. And let's go back to that, because basically it went through the zoning administrator, even though that there was a lot of difference in height. There was things to deal with parking, how the square footage of the building. Wouldn't you think it would rather go to after we discussed it, it actually went to the Planning Commission? So who actually makes that decision that it goes to the zoning administrator versus the Planning Commission?
I think Karen's going to take that one.
Okay.
So I'll start with the second part of your question, how the decision is made. Because our zoning code does allow for certain decisions, it'll have a couple of options. It could go to the zoning administrator, could go to Planning Commission. It says that, goes to zoning administrator is sort of the default. And if there are certain, unique things about the project that maybe require some deeper discussion that would normally occur for that type of entitlement, that's when we can choose to kick it up to the Planning Commission. In the example you gave, that one gets a little more complicated because there was actually a director's interpretation done during that time. And so that kind of changed the course of that particular project and where it would be heard. So hopefully that answers your question.
Well, yeah, because I pushed that to make sure it went to the planning commission. Because, and the thing is, it seems like with a building of that nature, it should have went to the planning commission in the first place. Especially when you're talking about the height of the building, the square footage of the building, the impact of our roads and things like that. I think it should have been a decision by the planning commission, because there's a lot of these large projects that I feel that should go to the planning commission. It shouldn't go to the zoning administrator. That's my personal opinion. But I think some issues that we need to look at a little bit more, especially when it comes to that, because I think the planning commission can actually deep dive into a little bit more and come up with some different options and stuff and look into it before, it came to them. So it's been a big concern.
Something we can look at. I mean, there's a lot of factors involved, including, time and cost. Going to a zoning administrator versus going to planning commission is going to be, less cost, less time. However, you are correct that there may be some instances that is probably something I would recommend if we do in the next few years start on the process of like a general plan amendment. At some point, we have to update our zoning ordinance comprehensively to match the general plan. That's probably a good time to look at things of that nature. Specific to Project Frontier, again, that was a director's interpretation. You do not see that in your packet because there is currently a tolling agreement so that's kind of on hold, if you will. We couldn't move forward at this time in taking that particular director's interpretation and codifying it. I would expect that could happen perhaps in a year from now, that you will see that at some point. Then that will be codified for that particular use. But right now, the zoning or the director's interpretation for that still applies.
Okay, one of the other things that I asked for, and I haven't heard anything back, is the restructure of the matrix. Have we looked into that yet at all?
Well, again, I think we need to at least wait until we are able to codify that particular issue. But that is fairly comprehensive. It's as you see here, even with just these very minor things, we had to go back and look at other sections of the code. If we were to update the matrix for industrial uses, that actually has a huge ripple effect into other parts of the code. It's something we can bring up perhaps when we talk about our long-range planning projects again. That would be the appropriate time. And then we could do a little research ahead of time to let you know how much time and effort and cost that would be to do a comprehensive update to our industrial R&D zoning matrix.
Yeah, and we need to look into it. Anyway, thank you, Karen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I emailed staff yesterday. Thea, thank you for getting back to me, but just wanted to go over, I understand why the gate, the word exclusively was added there, because this means that these regulations here do not apply to a gate if it's exclusively for ag, whereas before we had some vagueness in that, and people were like, it went to ag, but it also went to houses. It's like, no, exclusively ag. So that will help with some of those situations. So appreciate that. I asked why the fire safe setbacks were pulled out, just to confirm. My brain kind of said because it's elsewhere in the defensible space and stuff, and you confirm that. And then I noticed in the matrix you sent afterward, you guys sent the matrix out afterward. I went, oh, it's in there too. So I missed that. And then the only other thing was that I was just trying to understand, we've talked about it before, but with people getting applications and permits and all that stuff, there's always these deadlines and expirations and that kind of thing. So I was trying to get a feel for where do you guys think it is in the system for sending out reminders to people, because I think we talked about that at one time, Karen, about that, people get permits or things and then they expire and then they go, it expired, and then we try to help them out with extending it. And then sometimes people just forget, so is our system doing any of that yet?
Yeah, so Thea, for the record, just to respond to your question, we do have like form letters that we send out when an application has expired, or if, in response to an application being on hold. We are currently, with the process improvements that we're trying to put in place, we are trying to, one improvement, we're trying to kind of automate this system so that it's kind of hard when an application, like, to track all of these things. So I know that our discretionary and current planning units are working with administrative staff to try to automate the process and make it more just exactly like improve it through that automation.
Perfect.
So
that's still in the
we're
works, kinda.
working on it. This, codifying these making these changes to the code will help that. I think it's just getting the staffing resources together to be able to automate that through hopefully some platforms that we currently have. I think we're trying to figure that out.
Perfect. Thank
Mhm.
you.
Any other questions right now? Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
County Council, I think TRPA, my work with that board gets me super confused on appeals, because we actually do like we make a negative statement, and it's just very confusing. So I think I'm just confused in general, but if a project goes to the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission approves a permit, and then it gets appealed by somebody, it comes to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors can either deny the appeal of the permit, which means the permit gets revoked, or we can approve the appeal. If you approve the appeal, the permit gets revoked. If you deny the appeal, the permit stays in place, correct?
Yes, I might just clarify the terminology.
Okay.
Revocation is probably not the right word to use there, because upon the filing of the appeal, the permit itself isn't yet issued.
Mm.
Revocation is generally used when a permit has been issued, rights have been exercised in reliance on it, and for reasons perhaps failure to comply with terms of issuance, the permit's being revoked. So I just made, with that minor clarification, I would say, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and so what I'm getting at is the addition of the language around if a vote is a tie decision, that therefore the appeal is automatically denied.
Would you mind telling me which section you're looking at so I can make sure I'm looking?
Sure, I'm looking at the first ordinance in our packet, and it's the top of page 2 of 5.
It's Title 2, 2.09.030. Mhm.
Okay, I'm where you are, and your question is?
Yeah, and my question is, so there's 2 possible actions based on the vote. One is denial, the other is approval. If you can't agree, how does one have power over the other when the board couldn't agree? It's just a logic thing. It doesn't make sense to me that automatically one of the 2 actions that you were trying to take in that vote would be implemented if you couldn't decide. If you can't decide, you can't decide.
I think there's 2 things
Okay.
maybe to think about with this, and maybe thinking about it in this context, I might it might be at odds with the earlier comments. So one is, particularly when there's let's say a project with an EIR involved, there's a separate body of law dealing specifically with those EIRs that state that an EIR cannot be approved by the board essentially by non-action. You have to make affirmative findings in support of that. So it requires, a tie vote would be insufficient to sustain an EIR for a project. And as a result, insufficient to approve the project itself. Similarly, the board takes action by the affirmative vote of the majority of the body. So there's, I think, those two concepts. And I think where it comes into play here, and I think what this is trying to indicate, is that when an appeal comes to you, it comes to you for de novo review. We phrase it in terms of deciding the appeal, but the fact of the matter is it's coming to you as if it was presented to you in the first instance. You're not beholden to the action of the planning commission. You are not, for example, directed to uphold the planning commission's decision so long as you believe there's substantial evidence to support it. The ordinance code says that you can approve it, you can deny, you can make changes within certain confines of the planning and zoning law. So I think what this is intended to capture is that when a project comes to you and you are unable to reach an affirmative decision one way or the other, because the project is presented to you, and I guess it's maybe a slight shift in the dynamic as to how you look at it. It's not as if the appeal is presented to you for action. The appeal is what brings the project to you for action. And because you are unable to reach a majority decision on that project, the general rule that we've applied, that is consistently applied throughout other jurisdictions, is that the inability to reach majority approval of an action, essentially a tie vote, constitutes denial. So this is intended to clarify that, because there have been circumstances where an appeal comes to you, and this embodies the approach that's been taken. But I will tell you, every time it happens, I'm scrambling along with my deputies to say, how do we handle this? And we usually come to remind ourselves, okay, yes, it's because without the affirmative approval of majority of the body, there is no action to be taken.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then my other question is, you made the comment in your presentation, which was very good, by the way. Thank you for the presentation, that what's here before us and is being recommended is administrative and non-controversial items. Do you think that the addition of tap room breweries falls in that either of those classifications, or how is that simply a ministerial thing when it wasn't in here to begin with?
Agreed. That is a conversation we had a lot at the beginning of this. But we felt, and through the department and through our discussions, we felt that this was a similar enough industry that when this code was adopted, it wasn't as, for lack of a better term, popular as it is now. We've had several people come to us that have wanted to start this kind of business, but it didn't fit well enough into any of the already defined use types, that it is a little bit different of a use, but it's still the same within that industry vein. And it's just something that hadn't been considered, which I also mentioned in my presentations. The code and uses evolve over time. So this happens to be a case of that.
Okay. And do you know, was there ever any conversation with the wine industry about this?
None that I have had with the wine industry.
And the wine industry, I don't understand how all of this works, but don't they get permitted through the state?
Yes.
And their permit includes, they do beer tasting as well? Once they have that permit?
I can't speak knowledgeably on that. I know that there are different alcohol types through the EDC, and each one of those defines what they can and cannot serve at their establishments.
And so if you were a winery and you were permitted by the state, you could, let's assume that I'm correct, and you could do tastings of beer as part of that same winery wouldn't have to come before the county to get a tap room permit if 25% of,
I
you know,
think
you
that
have
would
this
fall back on.
formula in here, but I'm
Ro-
wondering
Rob's
how
gonna
it
come up
applies to
and
Yep, here comes Rob.
wineries.
I think Rob's more knowledgeable on
Yeah.
this than we
Yes.
are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. In response to the question, I think we grappled with this a little bit, and I think that the context is under that they're in separate sections of the code. There's the winery section of the code that authorizes wineries. This is in a section that addresses breweries very specifically. And what we found was there's some quantities and some need to serve food that we had in existing, and this sort of fits in between those. And so we saw this missing sort of definition within that brewery section that we were getting a lot of inquiries about. And it's sort of, the process is similar. It was just the sort of parameters under which that could be authorized, but it doesn't necessarily affect a tap room under the winery ordinance. If that's how we were seeing it.
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to make sure of,
Yeah.
but I just saw this tap room issue as being a much bigger issue than just administerial or, you know, administrative corrections. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah,
I
that's,
don't know
and
how
that's
to
fair.
put more to make. of it.
Yeah, I think we were struggling with, some of them required a certain amount of production on site and some required food. And so we had these folks that just wanted to not necessarily produce it, not necessarily serve food, but just wanted to have a tap room of beer. And so we were trying to address that, and we felt like it was similar enough to the other ones and the procedure was the same, that it wasn't necessarily controversial. But yeah, absolutely, you can see it in a different light.
Okay, and then last question is thank you for that information. Is the whole section on changing shall to should and extending the hearing time from 30 days to 60 days?
Yes.
Can you just give me a little background on that? It seems wonky if you're from the perspective of like a citizen, what the
To-
expectation is.
Oh, to change the appeal time to a little bit longer?
Longer.
Oh, here comes Jefferson.
Jefferson Billingsley, Deputy County Counsel. The language is a little wonky, but it's making clear that in your code, when you have direction or timelines that apply to the county, they are always non-mandatory. Even if something could not come to your board within 30 days, that does not mean someone win or loses their appeal. It was always discretionary. That's why it's changed from shall to should, to just reflect the way it is. But it is moving out to 60 days to just be much more realistic. If we get an appeal and it needs to be here within 30 days, the staff report basically has to be prepared in like 1 or 2 days. So it's really giving the breathing room. That breathing room was there anyway, but it's just to make it completely clear that that was never a binding time limit on the board.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Brian? Greg?
I don't think so, thanks.
All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Well, I'm concerned that hardly anybody knows this is happening, and I'm sorry I missed the planning commission because somebody tried to warn me. I just saw that they were changing the zoning administrator on the other form, and I didn't know this was such a big deal. So mentioning the 2018, I'm not sure what those are. That was not appealed. If something was not appealed, I don't think if you're talking about like the reinterpretations that were done, those weren't done by legal process. So how could somebody have appealed by a legal process? Maybe you can explain that better. You can't codify past general plan reinterpretations that were done and were never legally done in the first place. So also, these items are not administrative or without controversy. I mean, how would you know if you're not putting it out under the process of environmental review. It could be a simple review, but at least you would review. And I don't know, I didn't see where you're talking about. They're crossing out this fire safe setbacks of 30 feet. If you have an acre or more, it's a 30-foot setback, which has been there since the beginning of time. It's a state law. It's a fire district requirement. I sent you an email that has all of the legal codes that require that to be. So I asked that they put that back in. That is a huge conflict. If people out in this rural areas find out there's no longer a 30-foot setback on acres or more, that's going to be huge pushback. The thing on the large family daycare, my only concern with that is if you have 7 or more children, and the county was requiring a site plans to make sure you have the parking, the driveways, places for people to safely load and unload. I don't know why you wouldn't want to retain that. I would have a concern about that because I don't think it's the form that they would have to fill out didn't seem like a big deal to do so. So I think should leave that there. I mentioned the exclusively agricultural uses. I was just confused because it seems like when you talk about exclusively agricultural, it might be agricultural land, but you don't allow it because they're not currently doing agricultural. So I wanted to read a couple of things. So mixed use is huge. This is the worst. The county sold the voters on this cute concept of Main Street with a business below and a residence above with 4 dwellings on rural centers and 10 in community regions. And they've turned it into this behemoth nightmare. What they're about to drop on the public. We now have 2 of these projects. You took out the original 4, which protected jobs, and you've got this convoluted process on number 6 that you could follow all these different guides. And then down here, you've got 0 lot fit. They put 0 lot setbacks on these projects at the beginning that never should have been. So this project that's coming forward could literally put their building on Pleasant Valley Road in the highest level of service F area in the entire county. This county is unbelievable. You have to fix this ordinance before you move forward. These are all being done for the current developers, and it's got to stop.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes, we
thank you.
can.
Yeah, I am just as, thank you. I am just as furious. This has got to stop and go to the public for an EIR public comment for all stakeholders, not just the public, stakeholders, businesses, people involved in the zoning. This is huge. And what is so offensive to us is the statements of these, it's minor, there's no real pushback, there's no real opposition. I'm covering all this in like 3 minutes, which is insane. I just found out about this yesterday. And yes, I wish I was at the planning commission. This is your jobs. I'm hearing people say, oh, we're gonna here I'm reading it. The idea of this is to find the administration zoning ordinance update exempt from CEQA. Also, for minor alterations to land use, approve the AZOU to amend Title II and Title 130, exempt from CEQA. Time and again, I'm hearing, oh, well, because we don't have the time and it's going to cost us money and the workload. You're in the wrong field. The board, you are elected officials. That is your job. The staff, if you're not doing this, you're in the wrong field. Find another job. That's what you do. You vet these projects. You vet them. You don't just throw out the baby with the bathwater and say, well, we're not gonna look at CEQA because it's too much work. Yes, as I said early on, it is administratively cumbersome to vet these projects. It is administratively cumbersome to review projects. I know, I did it for 34 years. This is absolutely insane. If you guys approve this, there will be huge pushback. This is probably one of the most inflammatory that I have seen in decades that will be tested. I guarantee you this will be. And I'm going to go through just a couple things. This is just so outrageous. You've got errors in this on on a few things that are just outrageous. Okay. Again, setbacks, 30 foot, that's insane. I mean, where are we going with that? The error on, so, oh, and you're getting rid of public notice requirements. I won't go into that detail, but what are we doing? What are we doing as a county? Here's where expiration of application. Okay, follow me on this one. Page 26 of 38. That doesn't even make sense. Read it yourselves. You're conflicting yourselves.
Chair.
You're
Thank you.
conflicting, and what it's meant.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm calling in as actually a District 2 Planning Commissioner. I just listened to very carefully the last two comments. I've also received a number of other comments since the commission saw this. It was presented to us as extremely minor changes. Don't worry, they're just minor corrections here and there of a couple things. I feel really remiss in not having dug into deeper. Quite frankly, with the information I have right now, I would not have voted to support a recommendation to move this thing forward. There are just so many glaring errors in that I would beg you to take a very careful look at before you approve it. Let me move into a couple of other things and mention an issue of the zoning commissioner, what that relationship is. Given last meeting's discussion about the role of the planning commission, I want to call your attention to one of the issues that you need to take a look at with regard to the planning commissioner. Section 13060-030B. The planning commissioner may transfer original hearing jurisdiction to the commission at his or her discretion when it is deemed necessary because of policy implication, unique or unusual circumstances, or the magnitude of the project. The word may and discretion should not be part of that. It should be should if it represents policy implications, unique and unusual circumstances, and magnitude of project. Remember, the zoning commissioner is a member of the staff. He's not an independent he's not an independent member of the team representing you as supervisors. The other prevailing thing I have, actually I've said a couple, but I'm running out of time. We have, I've seen and heard Karen Gardner just recently in this meeting today say, we need to postpone certain actions until we take a look at the revision of the general plan. Quite frankly, the Planning Commission has a number of specific plans before it right now that will, regardless, impact the general plan in very significant ways. This reminds me of the period between 1995 and 1998 when the boss approved 6 specific plans that are now existing today. The general plan was then followed up with its approval in 2005, or rather. There's not been any major changes since that time, and now we suddenly see the same kind of flood. And I see that
Thank you, Bob.
History repeating itself.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
As you can see, I'm Zooming from home. I did Zoom the Planning Commission meeting on this item. And I did tell Sue Taylor and others that I thought that this particular item needed some attention on the part of the public to better understand that this isn't as it's being represented. About Frontier, if it hasn't been that long that we should have forgotten that there was a non-disclosure affidavit that kept the Board of Supervisors from even discussing this with their staff. As you know, I was Planning Commission for 2.5 years, District 2, for George Turnbull. And I recall that Frontier had many issues, starting with the director of the Planning and Building Department's decisions. If you remember, research and development was expanded to be this marketing site for, as it's turned out, we never heard it official, but I'm going to say Amazon. What constituted research and development has been reworked, I understand, and hopefully we will do a better job with that classification. Registrar today on this item does not have any public comments written. To me, that's a signal that something is wrong, that the public, at least some people that you typically would get, haven't commented. And I'm just wondering why. Because I have less than a minute. Rackaway at the corner, Pleasant Valley Road, 3-story mixed use, 2 floors of residential on top of a commercial floor. And that is a horrible project for that location. And I brought this up with the fire department. The big truck, the one with the ladder, is in I believe Shingle Springs. And with the situation of Pleasant Valley Road these days, it's horrible. Final, I want to say Bob Williams is the chair of the Planning Commission, and you only gave him 3 minutes. That's pathetic. He should have been considered staff and gotten at least 5 minutes. I believe this whole item today is misrepresented and needs to be dealt with.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood here, Triple Junction. Everything they have said already and more, this is not minor changes. Therefore, this is not exempt from SEQA review. The suggestion to reduce or eliminate 30-foot setbacks is absurd from our fire safe situation. I mean, honestly, they want us to go 50 feet and really 100 feet. And if it's steep ground, which we have a little bit of here in the county, it may be 200 feet once you correctly identify or analyze the fire hazard based on fuel and flame length. Public review makes for a better project. This sort of, quote, streamlining does just the opposite. It eliminates the public input and by nickel and diming us to death here, insignificant projects soon become, in total, very significant. And that's kind of been the sad story of my observations over 32 years and 15 years as a staff planner, as to why we're in this mess today. Because we didn't really, well, back in the day, we just didn't follow the rules, even if they were there. And we didn't do the right rules if they were there. But anyway, which brings us back to public notice. Everybody on the road accessing a project should know about the project. It shouldn't be a surprise when they come in to do the construction. People within a mile of, say, a wireless telecommunication facility should know what's coming their way and support or oppose it or whatever. At least they're knowledgeable. But public input makes for a better project, pure and simple, because we bring up things that staff often misses. I get it. No process is perfect, but the more eyes you have on it, the better off you are. So again, I agree with Sue, Chris, Sharon, and our District 2 Planning Commissioner that this is not ripe for consideration today. Try again. Kind of like my kid's little game that always came back on. Try again.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions.
I think there are a few really specific questions that staff is ready to respond to.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I can take a stab at this. So staff did spend about a year going through some of these zoning ordinance proposed amendments that staff have collected over the last 10 years. And, you know, we sorted through them. We spent a significant amount of time trying to figure out, you know, are these truly administrative, you know, minor in nature, not controversial? There are quite a few that didn't make it in front of you today because we just didn't feel comfortable making that determination. Ultimately, we did bring it through a very public process. We submitted an ROI, a resolution of intention, to the board. That was on the Board of Supervisors agenda. And then we ran the actual amendments through that ROI process and categorized them. Ultimately, our director, Karen Gardner, signed off on those that she felt comfortable with bringing in front of you today. Before we were even in front of you today, we went to the Planning Commission, as was discussed at hearing, which was also noticed. And then, you know, we're in front of you today, which is also a public process, which was noticed. And so just wanted to say that. For example, one of the examples that keeps being brought up over and over is the fire safe setback. You know, that is non-controversial because we haven't actually removed that. We removed the language because in 2023, the board, this board, approved MOUs that actually gave the fire safe setback review authority to the local fire protection districts. And they were very supportive of that. I have staff kind of messaging me, telling me that the fire protection districts were very supportive of that change. And so what that does is that gives them the authority to review those setbacks. And it removes that requirement or that authority from staff and the board. And so we haven't, that requirement very much so still exists. We've just changed who authorizes that review. That's just one example of, you know, how that changes. While it might seem like a major change, it is actually pretty administrative.
I think as well, in the past, the language gave the applicant the opportunity to go to the fire district to get a variance. And I remember that they were granted quite frequently. So there's no major change here other than direction, which saves time.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got a question on the appeal process. Before the planning commission, let's say if they denied the project and then it was appealed and then brought back to the supervisor for decision. So according to this here, which I want a kind of clarification on it. Where an appeal is taken to decision is ruling of the planning commission or zoning administrator. So if a zoning administrator makes a decision, can it be appealed or not appealed?
Zoning administrator decisions are appealable to the Board of Supervisors, yes.
Okay. SB 35 projects. Come on up, Rob.
This project was a team effort, as you can see.
I understand.
Is that the question?
Yeah,
SB
that's the
35?
question. What
Are
about
they
SB
appealable?
35? Yeah.
Well, based on the or I believe it was a resolution adopted by the board, they aren't. But if you take a step back, the SB 35 projects, and I know I heard the public testimony today, and I understand they are ministerial projects as outlined in the state law, and so that is generally not something that has an appeal as a discretionary project would. So currently, based on the board approved, changes that were associated with the interim objective design standards, there was a resolution that came in front of your board at that same time. It was a revision or a replacement of a previous one that both limited appeal to make it very clear that those were not appealable projects.
Yeah, the biggest concern that I have is CEQA. And especially when they can bypass CEQA, the CEQA process, especially when it comes to a traffic study and let's just put it this way, wetlands or some of the other issues that was going on. And I know that I've reached out to the governor's office. We had a talk with, I think everybody here has, pushing that, because it seems like to me that, when you're talking about these projects and it says SB 35 cannot be put in high fire zones, period. But they're not even honoring that. And that's their own ordinance they put in place.
They can.
Yeah, and
Well,
we've
then
had
there's not-
been dealing with
Yeah,
it.
Mr. Chair, there's not a period at the end of that sentence.
Yeah, oh, okay, not a period, I understand, but
Yes,
it's,
and I think we're starting to get a little far afield for today's discussion.
all right.
I think next week there's going to be a presentation and probably greater discussion regarding SB 35. And obviously, there's a distaste for it.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, it's state
definitely.
law.
That is right, that we intend to, there will be a meeting of.
A
the
new
Board of
law
Supervisors
that
on
requires a pre-application review by the Board of Supervisors, and that's next week's agenda.
Okay.
But the approval for the SB 35, I apologize. That's in a separate resolution that was passed a year ago.
Correct.
And so anything in here,
December of
any
last
type of application, whether it's approved by the planning commission, the zoning administrator, head of planning, they're all appealable.
Yes, discretionary decisions, as outlined in the zoning ordinance, are appealable, including, I heard a comment earlier about director interpretations in the zoning code. It provides a path for a director interpretation of the code to be appealed to the planning commission. It further talks about if something isn't clear to the director, she could forward that interpretation to the planning commission. And so there is a process, so there is some checks and balances there, but it is, the director's job, no code goes without interpretation. And when it's reasonably clear, interpretations can be made. If members of the public or applicants or whoever have the opportunity to appeal that and have it heard by the planning commission, which is decision would be appealable to your board. So,
Okay.
those, with the exception of some of the SB 35 considerations,
That's
that
not
is the
today's
process.
discussion,
And I would say that at the planning commission hearing, we did have a lot of discussion about a lot of other, I'll say, wish list amendments that
yeah,
the
they're here.
planning commissioner would like to see. And we tried to say that we didn't include that universe because we did try to stay narrowly focused to the ROI that we brought in front of the board. And so, that is what we think as far as, in our professional judgment, things that are, meet those 8 criteria that we brought forward to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
I have one final
Go ahead.
question, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 20 of 38, maybe my red line version is just wonky, I don't know, but I've got a number 4 with a line under it showing that it's new, but the language itself is not underlined. And there's a 4 above it, so I'm wondering, is that supposed to be a strike through? What are we doing here?
I noticed that as well, when I was going through the material before the meeting today. That number 4, that first number 4 is struck out. The black number 4, the part that has sorry, I don't have my glasses on. The part that has on community zone land, the residential component shall be constructed concurrently with following the construction of the commercial component. That part is the part that's being struck out through the director's interpretation.
And 4 is being added in its place.
And I had to renumber the rest of them to be consistent. So just imagine that first number 4 is no longer there. which makes mixed-use development projects may be phased, the new number 4.
Right, and then 5, 6, and 7 are all in red as if they're new,
Because I
but the
had to renumber
language.
each of those as well. The language is still the same. That's why it's not in red and underlined. It's just the numbers that were changed.
But they wouldn't have been
because-
changed because your 4 is a 4. I mean,
So the
previous one.
red number 4 now that says mixed use development projects may be phased, that used to be number 5.
Correct.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's
okay.
probably
Yeah,
just
it
a
might be
like a
all-
typo on our
all of those
part.
changes
Yeah.
need to show, okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
got it.
that's
It
just
didn't show
so-
the strikeout and the
that's-
new number for
Yeah,
some
so
reason.
when it is actually codified on the website,
Yeah.
that's clear to the person that does it, and it doesn't look like we have 2 number 4s.
Got it.
I know sometimes the red lines and the track changes don't always get saved in the PDF so that we can see everything. That's been an issue for
Has been.
often, and I don't know if it's an Adobe, I'm not sure, but it would be nice if we could all figure out how to do that so we all see what we're expecting, because
It was a struggle with this project, especially
Yeah.
dealing with a 375-page document.
Yeah,
So-
okay. No, that's fair.
Any other questions?
Nope.
All right.
I go ahead and move approval of the item.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's why I threw that. No, and I do remember that. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, would you maybe consider doing board member updates and the CAO update now and
Yeah, that's a
use
good
up a
idea.
little bit
Let's do
this
that.
time?
Yeah,
Yes,
let's do it.
please.
All right. You got yours?
All right, want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's see, last week, let's see, I met with my Fish and Game Commissioner. Talked about the proposed deer crossing signs that are planned to be installed along Highway 50 between El Dorado Hills and Placerville. I had a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce in El Dorado Hills. I attended the new Marshall Medical Center building, ribbon cutting, which is in El Dorado Hills in the town center. Actually, I went to the El Dorado Community Foundation for a briefing. I learned about all that they do. And we've been planning for our upcoming visit from the CSAC president, which will take place on this Friday. That's all.
Okay. Brooke, you want to go for it now, or
No report, thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, I'm also holding quarterly meetings with District 3 commissioners, debriefing and discussing. Good governance 1-on-1, as Supervisor Ferrero also talked about. Meetings with department heads, county council, HR, CAO, and so forth. Appreciate all of that. Also attended Marshall Hospital ribbon cutting at the new El Dorado Hills facility, and looking forward to that serving our citizens at a higher level of medical care. Participated in the SACOG board retreat interview. Friday, City of Placerville broadband project groundbreaking. Basically following the main line up the bike trail and up through town, and then they'll branch off of that with broadband connections. The County Commission on Youth and Family meeting, that was Thursday. CalCog board meeting yesterday. Tomorrow, there's a District 3 Caltrans county tour, sponsored by the EDC TC. Unfortunately, at the same time as the water agency
Yep,
meeting, darn it.
Yep.
And then Thursday evening, we're doing the El Dorado Diamond Springs Community Design Kickoff Meeting, 6 p.m. And then Friday, we're doing a Parkway site visit with DOT. So that's it for District 3.
All right, Lori?
Right. So last Wednesday, we had an RCRC meeting. The only thing really that I thought was noteworthy is RCRC starting an ad hoc advisory committee on predator species management, because all the counties in the state, you name it, they're all having a problem with the predators. So they decided to start an ad hoc, and I asked to be on there because we had our mountain lion issue and other animals. And so I got appointed to that advisory ad hoc. So I'll report out as we move on that. Marshall Medical, that was a great event, and good job, Greg. That was really well done.
Yep.
And then on Thursday, our CRC, the Environmental Services JPA, had their regular board meeting. Our guest speaker, I can't remember his name, I'd have to go look it up, but anyway, he gave a really great presentation on carbon credits through composting. So I'm going to take that and send it over to our biomass consultant and see if this guy was very enthusiastic about forestry and ag composting. And I was like, yeah, so we need this guy doing a project with us or something. And then yesterday, First Five Eldorado had its annual retreat. We were in Tahoe again this year, and we started updating our strategic plan.
Okay. And I really don't have anything. It's just a lot of department head meetings that I've had, and then also some other meetings and stuff, which could be a good benefit for Grizzly Flat. So anyway, all right, that's all I have. Yeah.
I just did want to note, as a couple of the speakers mentioned, Emma and I spoke at the Taxpayers Association meeting yesterday. They were very gracious, and it was a good discussion, I think. Also, several people have reached out. We do have a vacancy in our sheriff's security officer positions that we've had around the campus, and we know that that's been a little bit of a concern to folks. We're working very closely with Laura Schwartz and facilities and the sheriff's office. They're doing great at brainstorming some solutions and some options for that. So we're working on making sure we can get something else supplemented in the meantime while we're trying to fill that sheriff security officer position. It is a difficult to fill position. So,
Yeah,
but we
it
are
is.
working on it, and just appreciate all of your patience with me these last couple of weeks.
Okay. All right. So I guess we'll take a break and be back here at 3:00.
Yeah.
We're back after our break. Kim, will you read item 19, Planning and Building Department fee schedule?
Item 19 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance entitled Planning and Building Department Fee Schedule. Before you open up the public hearing, staff would like me to read a clerical correction into the record. The attached ordinance, which is attached in Legistar, the title of the ordinance should be amending Ordinance 5224, not 5213. So, Turnbull, can you please open up the hearing?
I'll open up the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Chair Turnbull, Board of Supervisors, Jennifer Morris, Senior Administrative Analyst with the Planning and Building Department. I am joined here today by a lot of my staff.
Sound like you
Or
brought
not my staff,
everybody.
but
Anyway.
my supports. I have Karen Gardner, the Director of Planning and Building, Brendan Ferry, Chief Deputy Director of Planning and Building, Dawn Knight, the Deputy Director of Building, Chief Building Official, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, and Nick Hewer, Code Enforcement Supervisor. And we also have some members of our finance team here to support us as well if any questions arise. So we would like to start with our presentation today. And if I can, I'd like to provide like a brief overview of the purpose and cost recovery analysis that we did for this fee update and the data sources. And then individually, we can review each division, maybe work our way through that. Just to get started, would you guys like to pause after each division for any kind of comments and questions, or you want to hold
What
them
is the
all till
rest
the
of the
end?
board? Just go ahead and have her speak all the way through it, or you want to stop in between?
Just check in.
Yeah, just check in and say, do you have any questions? And we'll
Okay.
say no, and then keep going.
Okay. all right.
Perfect. Okay, thank
Sounds
you.
good.
All right, so we are bringing you guys today the first reading of the Planning and Building Fee Ordinance Update. And this is a lot of words here, I apologize, but I wanted to be very thorough. So the purpose here is to just establish a cost recovery that aligns with estimated reasonable cost of providing the service to county residents and provide the board with obviously the analysis necessary to update those fees. Our cost recovery is based, I don't know why, I apologize, I don't know why it says a rate of 0%. That must be a PDF error again. So, and it indicates no cost recovery through the fee. Give me a second. I'm gonna skip that sentence.
Yeah.
Sorry. So, oh, I'm sorry. I've got it. If we're gonna do a 0% cost recovery, then there would be no fees for our services. Sorry, it took me a minute. If we're gonna do 100% of a cost recovery rate, then we are gonna reflect full service and we're gonna retain the fees for everything we do for every minute we work. So the data sources that we are doing is we are using the NBS fee study that we brought forward in 23-24. We updated to current budget 25-26 expenditures. And then we also use the current salaries that we are going into this fiscal year with for 24 or 25-26. So the current fee schedule also use timekeeping data from 24-25 to just make sure there was nothing majorly askew when we were looking at our indirect and our direct costs. Next slide. So we'll get into our first division. It is the building division. So they are seeking, and staff recommends 100% cost recovery for this division. It would increase our hourly rate from $144 to $167, and that's a 13% increase. So we are requesting to update all of those fees for services by the new hourly rate that was attached in Exhibit E. Do we have any questions on buildings so far?
Any questions? All right,
No?
go ahead.
All right. So the next one is going to be Planning Division. They are recommending a 75% cost recovery rate. They would like to update their hourly rate from $219 to $247 per hour, which is a 13% increase as well. And again, we're requesting to update all of those services reflective of the new hourly rate. One question?
No.
Oh, okay.
Can you just say really quick again? I know it's in the staff report
That's
somewhere.
fine.
Why only 75%? There was a reason.
There is. In that, we are not seeking 100% cost recovery on some of our callbacks and counter time for public service So we are only seeking about 15% of that cost recovery instead of 100%. So between 100% on working on projects combined with only a 15% cost recovery on the callbacks and counter general fund time, average to 75%.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Stormwater quality unit and vacation home rentals. When we did the study in 23-24, we looked at this unit as a combined, we kind of did it by org structure in our financials instead of what are the services we're providing. So this one's going to look drastically different for these two units because we've now split it out based on the services versus combining them all in one. So stormwater is requesting a 57% cost recovery. And we did actually remove, and the reason why it's only 57% is we're not going to ask the public to pay for any state mandated permitting or any other things that we have to do for stormwater. And we also get some money to cover that with public utilities franchise fees, PUF funds from DOT. So their rate is going to go from $190 an hour to $280 an hour. So it's a 47% increase. And again, we'd like to request that we can update that by, the hourly rate that they had established in the original study. Vacation home rentals and hosted home rentals are actually going to request 100% cost recovery, but their fee is going to go down. They were at the $190 rate, the same as stormwater, because they were in the same division at the time. And so they're actually going to be $141 per hour now instead of $190. So it's a decrease 26%.
Okay, can I ask you a question there? How come the decrease?
Because stormwater was over, so the two units together, they kind of
Right.
over and underinflated each other. So the average of those two units, when we did the 23-24 study,
Okay,
averaged them together. And now that we've broken out the
now it's
services.
separate. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, you're welcome. And the long range planning division, just so you are aware, they do not charge on any services to the public on any permitting functions at all. Their billing rate is actually, we like to have it developed because we can build grants at a billing rate with indirect and overhead cost. Sometimes we do get to bill over to other county divisions for ordinance work. And then sometimes we do cross-charge planning building divisions when we do have other grant work and other projects involved. We would like to update their hourly rate to $265 an hour. It was previously $188. And then just so you know that some of their stuff does increase and decrease over the years as well due to other funding sources, offsetting expenditures that they have sometimes. So on years that we had DTOT funding things specifically or our Affordable Housing Trust Fund funding initiatives, then it would decrease or increase the rate when we have the extra funding.
Okay, any questions? You guys? Okay.
Right. Code Enforcement Division. They're seeking also 100% cost recovery. Their hourly rate was $107 per hour. And we are increasing that to $148, 38% increase. And again, we'd like to flow that new rate through our cost of services. This fee right now is only affecting the pre-inspections because that's the only hourly fee we have. The rest are all set in a ordinance for code for penalties and fines. That's it. So any other questions or any specifics?
Just on
Anybody?
that last one, really quick, you said that pre-inspection is really the only hourly. Is there an average of how long those take or for a pre-inspection? 1 or 2 hours? Okay.
Right now, it's based on 1 hour.
Okay.
So we didn't, like I said, we didn't do a new time study. We just kind of kept our old time study for now and just did an increase
In the,
or a
got
rate,
it.
yeah,
Okay.
update.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions? All right. I guess we'll just go to public comment then.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I don't see anybody in the boardroom that's going to speak on this. Let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so bring it back to, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying,
I'll go ahead.
I'll second it.
Greg did.
I'm gonna go along with this, but I have heartburn over the oak exemption permit.
Right, I do too. That's one of the things that's been a big issue for me too. All right, and that's something we could discuss
Good
later
Lord,
on,
we're
right?
planting So many of them. We can deal with.
Right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right, thanks, everyone.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna adjourn at, looks like 3:12. Am I right?
Pretty close.
3:11? Okay. I got 3:15. That's why 3 minutes fast.
3:11.
At George's time.